Oh, are you looking for a place to rest? If that's the case, you're in luck. You can stay here as long as you want. Indulge in the soothing warmth of the fireplace, and I'll tell you some stories while you rest. Are you all set? Good. In the far land where a long-forgotten kingdom once stood, its history was also buried throughout time. However, time doesn't stop the stories from reminding the mortals of what had happened. The horror that turned the Blessed Isles into the Shadow Isles. Many of the fallen residents turned into undead, with different sole purpose of their reawakening. There's an undead that goes on a rampage. There's someone who collects souls. And there is also another one who seeks revenge. An undying specter of wrath and retribution. She is an armored nightmare summoned to hunt deceivers and traitors. The betrayed may cry out in blood to be avenged, but this undead woman only answers to those willing to pay with their very souls. Those who become the focus of her wrath should make their final peace, for any pact sealed with this grim hunter can only be ended by the cold, piercing fire of her soul spears. Her name is Kalista Volkala Haigari, the Spear of Vengeance. Born 50 years before Noxus, Kalista was a proud general, niece to King Viego of the Empire of Camivore, that none now recall. Kalista was a woman with an athletic physique, brown skin, brown eyes, and long, flowing black hair. Her regal Camivoran armor was a blue plate with a gold trim. She wore a cloth around the back of her legs, and an open-faced helmet with a long, dark plume. She wielded a spear and was very proficient with it. Kalista lived by a strict code of honor, serving the throne with utmost loyalty. The king had many enemies, and when they sent an assassin to slay him, it was Kalista's vigilance that averted disaster. But in saving the king, she damned the one he loved the most. The assassin's deflected blade was envenomed and sliced the arm of Queen Isolde. The greatest priests and surgeons were summoned, but none could draw the poison from her body. Racked with grief, the king dispatched Kalista in search of a cure, with Hecarim of the Iron Order taking her place at his side. Kalista traveled far, consulting learned scholars, hermits, and mystics, but to no avail. It was a difficult task, but Kalista was determined to earn her rank back. Finally, she learned of a place protected from the outside world by shimmering pale mists, whose inhabitants were rumored to know the secrets of eternal life. At that very instant, she set sail on one last voyage of hope to the almost legendary Blessed Isles. The guardians of the capital city of Halia saw the purity of Kalista's intent and parted the mists to allow her safe passage. She begged them to heal the queen, and after much consideration, the masters of the city agreed. Time was of the essence. While the queen yet breathed, there was hope for her in the fabled waters of life. Kalista was given a talisman that would allow her to return to Halia unaided, but was warned against sharing this knowledge with any other. Thankful for the help, Kalista swore to keep it as a secret and would only inform those who were involved in the queen's healing. Kalista moved as quickly as she could, sprinting her way back to Camivore to bring the good news. However, by the time Kalista reached the shores of her homeland, the queen was already dead. Not only that, the king had descended into madness, locking himself in his tower with the queen's festering corpse. Massacres happened around the kingdom led by Hecarim, and everything was in chaos. When Viego learned of Kalista's return, he demanded to know what she had found. With a heavy heart, for she had never before failed him, she admitted that the cure she had found would be of no use, as it was meant to cure the poison, but not bring back from the dead. The king would not believe this and condemned Kalista as a traitor to the crown. While Kalista was locked in prison, it was Hecarim who persuaded her to lead them to the Blessed Isles, where her uncle could hear the truth of it from the masters themselves. Then, perhaps, he would finally find peace. even if only in accepting that the queen was gone and allowing her to be laid to rest. Hesitantly, Kalista agreed. And so the king set out with a flotilla of his fastest ships and cried out in joy as the glittering city of Halia was revealed to him. However, they were met by stern masters who would not allow them to pass. Death, they insisted, was final. To cheat would be to break the natural order of the world, and with the lead of Hecarim, chaos was meant to unfold. The king flew into a fevered rage and commanded Kalista to slay any who opposed him. She refused and called on Hecarim to stand with her, but instead he drove his spear through her armored back, a betrayal that Kalista never expected. The massacre on this island was in her hands, and she was slain by the very kingdom she served. The Iron Order joined him in this treachery, piercing Kalista's body a dozen times before she fell. A brutal melee erupted, with those devoted to Kalista fighting desperately against Hecarim's knights, but their numbers were too few. As Kalista's life faded, she watched her warriors die, swearing vengeance with her final breath. When Kalista opened her eyes, they were filled with the dark power of unnatural magic. She had no idea what had transpired, but the city of Halia had been transformed into a twisted mockery of its former beauty. Indeed, the entirety of the Blessed Isles was now a place of shadow and darkness, filled with howling spirits trapped for all eternity in the nightmare of undeath. It seemed like a catastrophe unfolded that day, and the fact she once opened her eyes again was part of the mystery. Who knows how many years it has been, but one thing was certain. The world changed tremendously because of that incident. Even though she was clueless about the past, Kalista tried to cling to those fragmented memories of Hecarim's monstrous betrayal. They have slowly faded in all the centuries since, and all that now remains is the thirst for revenge burning in Kalista's ruined chest. She has become a specter, a figure of macabre folklore, often invoked by those who have suffered similar treacheries. Kalista transformed into a translucent teal spirit. She appears emaciated and hunched, with several spectral spears protruding from her torso. While her armor remains opaque, it is now black and dark brown with tattered cloth portions. Her spears, which now materialize in her hands, are jagged and spectral. These wretched spirits are subsumed into hers to pay the ultimate price, becoming one with the spear of vengeance. And so, the hunt is on for the betrayers and such. Kalista will be there to avenge the fallen. In the Shadow Isles, the waters were eerily still at night. Their surface was so undisturbed that one might mistake it for dark glass mirroring the starlit skies above. Moonlight bathed everything in cold silver light, though its radiance was slowly dying. The moon was being suffocated. The sky between it and those who looked upon its beauty had been overtaken by questing tendrils of shadow that branched across the night, like living malevolent storms. Their like had been seen many times before, and many were the souls carried off within them into fathomless torment, but never had they grown so large or reached so far. For all their horror, the world had grown used to harrowings, tempests of darkness teeming with monstrous wraiths that emanated from the horrid Shadow Isles. Those in their path learned how to watch for the signs, how to survive their wailing fury, and how to mourn those taken by them. But what was happening now, what was reaching up to swallow the sky, was something different, almost like there was some unseen hand guiding it. Tonight, though, one could still glimpse the world and the stillness of the sea. Tonight, its perfection was marred only by tiny islands of splintered wood, torn cloth, and the bobbing forms of the newly dead. Unfortunately, a sailor named Tudre ended up on this horrifying island. Tudre tried not to look at them, and the first hours after their doomed flight and the desperate struggle to abandon the ship, he had screamed himself hoarse, calling out in the hope that anyone else might have survived. but it was in vain. He was alone. And so Tudre marshaled his remaining strength to cling to a hunk of driftwood and resist the icy waters seeking to carry him down to their lightless depths. He could almost hear the deep calling up to him to join all the others, her silver tongue carrying the promise of sleep if he would just draw her water into his lungs. The sea had numbed his legs, but Tudre willed himself to move them. He shut out the clarion call of despair that tugged at his boots with the gentle comforts of death. Tudre had not reached this far in life through submission, and he would not start now. He just had to get to land. Tudre had sailed with all speed to make for Falgren, a small island off the Valoran mainland. They had gotten so close, it couldn't be far. Though exhaustion and the cold blurred his vision, Tudre caught movement out of the corner of his good eye. He focused, revealing it to be a scrap of oiled vellum drifting close to the splintered sanctuary he held fast to. Tudre peered at it. The marks and ink on its surface were marred and smeared by water, yet still intelligible. It was a piece of their navigation chart. Scrawled onto it was a rough, time-worn map of trade and shipping routes and measurements of maritime distance. The names of known places and even a few secret ones. Crude drawings of clouds with faces, breathing out gusts from between their lips to mark the best lanes where the winds might bless a ship with speedy passage for those who dared. "You're insane," someone just spoke from a distance. Tudre snorted, reaching up to catch the swinging lantern that was the cabin's sole source of light. The seas were getting rougher, and he had no time to suffer his quartermaster's nonsense. Tudre grinned his big, cunning grin as he baited the old corsair next to him. He then tried to communicate, saying Mr. Bowsy is getting soft in his old age. No shame if he is. He can tell him, though do him a kindness and say so now. Tindre would need someone else in Mr. Bowsy's spot to keep the crew in line. Bowsy steadied himself to spit a wad of phlegm onto the deck through the gap made by a missing tooth. He then said that he wasn't scared, but he saw sense. This'll get him killed, and he ain't the only one who thinks so. Tudre stabbed a finger down at the old map set on the table before them while saying they go fast, they get rich. He swept aside a tiny puddle that had collected on it from a drip above their heads and then traced a route denoted in dull red ink. Every other ship around is docked, crews acting like they are back on dear old Mum's teat, but commerce is near sleep. Think about what's sitting out there, unguarded. They make a run. They can get what they're all too craven to collect. Tudre reasons out, telling Bowsy to loot the fallen ships on the cursed island. Bowsy crossed his thick tattooed arms over his chest. He explained that those were tied to the dock because of the harrowing, biggest anyone's seen, even the oldest ones. Whatever's out there ain't worth being swept up in that. Tudre straightened, finding some of the red ink had come off the map to stain his finger. He stared his quartermaster in the eye. His voice dropped, settling into the colder tone that meant the discussion had run its course. Tudre then stated that anyone who wants out can go, with no repercussions. Fewer hands mean a greater stake for those with the grit to be going out. And they are going out, make no mistake. Bowsy tried one last time to convince Tudre, asking him to at least let it be put to a vote. Let the crew have their say in it. But Tudre replied, not this time. His good eye bored into the quartermaster, unyielding. Bowsy held his gaze for a moment that stretched into another, but no further. He looked away. Tudre's grin returned, full and cunning. He then asked Bowsy if he was in or not. Shaking his head, Tudre tried to banish the memory from his mind, but the effort left him dizzy. The unwelcome remembrance held fast despite his efforts, clinging behind his eyes like pitch, or as though something wasn't holding it there, forcing him to see. He felt a strangeness fall over him then, almost like mist curling up off the water. A sailor's life was fraught with omens and ill portents, gut feelings and lucky breaks. Tudre had long become attuned to a world that existed side by side with his own. and every now and then the walls between them thinned. It was happening to him now, like a dull throb, an insistent sense of dread and anger seeking to work guilt into his bones, but he'd have none of it. Tudre wheezed through chattering teeth, saying the boat's made for sailing. He had done that dozens of times. See a chance at fortune, one must take it. Can't live this life if you ain't the daring sort. Tudre's words bore the hallmark bravado he had carried so well in his life, a bounty of natural grit and ruthlessness that had seen him not only rise to captain his own ship, but keep it. The high seas were unkind to the weak, as was Bilgewater and any big port whose doors he had ever darkened. Pass on an opportunity, and one might look back and see it was the last chance they had to hold on to their stake or keep their guts in their belly. But out on this night and this cold, there was no one to be cowed by his speech, only the dread that rolled up from the deep. It persisted, undiminished. Shortly, Tudre told himself that the land was close. It shouldn't be. Tudre had not realized he was moving. His hunk of driftwood lived up to its name, lazily edging forward into a tangled field of debris. The corsair looked over the floating collection of scraps and splinters, but found no better means to keep from drowning. There was a bolt of sailcloth among it, but Tudre knew it would prove more a hazard than a savior. He had seen more than one panicked sailor ensnared by such in a storm, as good as chains if the winds and spray carried them over the side. Concern creased Tudre's weathered features as the sailcloth came closer. He put out a hand, trying to push it away, but his arm sank into it to the elbow, stealing his balance. He snarled through clenched teeth, fighting the sails. "Hold fast," Tudre bellowed, trying to raise his voice above the storms. He commanded to secure the line. He couldn't tell if anyone could hear him as he moved about, shouting orders. Rain and spray and shadows lashed the deck, the sails, the crew. Gales roared over and around them, not the wind, but with voices. A howling choir of the harrowed damned had befallen Tudre on the last leg of his run. His ship was fast, but not fast enough to stay ahead of it. Their hold was swollen with treasure. Goods were pilfered from coastal stores, and trade ships at anchor, all of it easy taking as their keepers had abandoned their posts to flee the harrowing. That fortune was slowing them now. Bowsy would have admonished Tudre for not believing him if he hadn't been the first man plucked up by the darkness bearing down on them. Tudre whirled round, hearing the boy Fleer and seeing him grappling with a bolt of sail. Fleer was fighting desperately to lash the sail to the mast, to keep it from stripping and snapping loose, but he was losing that fight. Tudre locked eyes with Fleer, the boy pleading for his help as the oiled cloth whipped and defied his every attempt to secure it to a spar of lumber. Tudre weighed going toward him, but then saw splinters fly from the base of the spar, and all doubt fled. The timber snapped, carrying Fleer up into the roiling dark. Tudre saw his eyes wide in terror as he flew into a cloud of twisted faces and outstretched, clutching hands. A heartbeat later, the boy vanished. Just one more scream added to the choir. With a selfish tone, Tudre snarled against the silent accusation of the sea, saying it was better Fleer than him. He felt the pressure of it inside his skull, the feeling of being watched even though he was alone. The sailcloth tangled around his forearm, holding tighter the more he tried to escape. He repeated the same words, glaring down at the scrap of sail clinging to his hand, trying to convince himself that he made the right choice. Why? The cloth encircling his wrist seemed to ask. Tudre shivered, but not from the cold. The mind was playing tricks now, beaten and worn out and desperate as he was. He tried to yank his arm free, but stopped midway as he nearly lost hold of the driftwood. Because he is the damned captain. That is his ship, and he is in charge. His duty to every lad and lass aboard, not just Fleer the boy. If he runs off to aid him and gets snatched up too, what then? What becomes of the rest of his crew without their captain? For a moment, anger got the best of Tudre. He twisted, pulling his arm back sharply. and the sail finally relinquished its hold, but it swung him round, putting his back to the driftwood, and it was another second until his grip left him and he was under the water. Silence rushed over him and shocking cold. Tudre flailed for a few heartbeats before asserting control over himself. He was a second man of the sea, not some green deckhand. He looked up, seeing the surface just above him, and tried to pump his arms, his legs, to raise himself back up, but he couldn't move. It was more than just tired muscle numbed by cold. Tudre's good eye flicked this way and that, seeing only faint silhouettes in the waning moonlight. More debris, the lighter bits of a ship that had yet to settle down into the inky deep. And bodies. Bodies of women and men who called him captain, who relied upon him. The words struck Tudre as a feeling rather than a sound, and he betrayed them. Tudre broke free of whatever had been holding him, panic lending the strength he needed to surface. He gasped for air, twisting about in search of the driftwood. He spotted it and grabbed hold, embracing it like his first love. It was only then, as his fingers sought purchase on its slick shape, that Tudre realized what it was. It was part of a lifeboat, one of the lifeboats. Someone was screaming, "Into the lifeboats, abandoned ship." There were things on board the ship now, wretched, horrible, blighted beasts that had detached from the storm like lice shed from a dog. They stalked through the torrent without effort, undisturbed by the chaos as they butchered Tudre's crew with fangs and claws. Tudre and his mates had earned monikers over their careers. Privateers, merchants, and businessmen were all true, but just as true were pirates, corsairs, and reavers. They were not strangers to violence, and every one of them walked the decks with more weapons strapped to them than they had hands to carry. But they fell to the wraiths like wheat before the scythe. Men and women Tudre had seen brawl, hunt great leviathans of the deep, fight in the vanguard of boarding actions braving cannon and steel, begged like children to monsters that couldn't understand a thing like mercy, much less provide it. All they provided was the severance of body and spirit. Tudre punched and shoved his way through the mass of panicked faces crowding around the few, leaky lifeboats the ship had. Several had been left behind at port to reduce weight so they could load more spoils. All now men and women packed the tiny wooden craft far more than the boats could carry. Tudre cuffed a shipmate aside, shouting to make way for him, swinging one leg onto the closest lifeboat. A man called out to hold from the bow of the lifeboat. The lifeboat was full up and many more, and it will roll them all down below. Tudre's fingers tightened on the hilt of the cutlass at his waist, ordered to cast off, but the man replied that they can't risk it with that many on. Tudre put a hand on the back of the man's neck, pulling him close as though to whisper a secret in his ear. Instead, the captain's cutlass found his gut, steel bursting out the man's back in a welter of blood, rendered black by the madness swallowing them all. In one smooth motion, Tudre withdrew his blade and pitched the lifeless body over the side. There, one body fewer, now cast off. Tudre argued to himself that he could be a survivor, though the strength was missing from his words. The strong live on, and the weak die. He chose life, a chance at it, for everyone in that boat, rather than capsizing it and leaving all to drown. They at least had the chance. He didn't know who he was trying to convince anymore. The sense of guilt that had become a voice was now many, thundering in his mind like a broadside cannon. You did this. Our lives forfeit. Your greed killed us all. Murderer, turncoat. Tudre lowered his head, resting his brow against the wreckage of the lifeboat, buckling under the weight of their silent condemnation. He wanted these voices to stop, but they won't. The moon's light was nearly gone. Tudre looked up, seeing a faint blurred strip on the horizon. His soul flared with delirious hope. Land, he gasped. Nervous, hysterical laughter bubbled from Tudre's lips, overcome with relief and the prospect of seeing the sunrise over another day. The laughter stopped abruptly when something jostled him from behind. He noticed then the dark shapes all around him. He could have sworn none of them had been near just moments before. Yet here they floated, bobbing gently, the still flesh of his crew surrounding him. Tudre's voice shakes as he defends himself. He never did anyone ill. If anything, they did this for their fortune as much as his. All of them knew the risks. They'd have done the same thing. The voices assailing Tudre seemed to emanate from the corpses. Their cries buffeted him, stripping his nerves bare. He pleaded, begging it to stop, but they would not cease. They merged into a single terrible chorus, repeating a single word like a dirge to drive down and bury in Tudre's heart. Betrayer. Tudre screamed in denial, the sound carrying over the lightless water. As one, the spirits of Tudre's crew sat up, peeling away from their bodies. Fleer, Bowsy, all of them staring at him with slack faces and clouded eyes. No sound left their blue lips, but Tudre's head was filling to bursting with their rage. He wailed, screwing his eyes shut, ordering to just leave him be. Suddenly, the driftwood sank a fraction, as though under added weight. Tudre forced his eyes open and found himself staring up into the face of death. It was a woman, tall and lithe, standing atop the driftwood with a balance that was as effortless as it was impossible. Where her flesh should have been was instead smoldering spectral blue energy. She was clad in battered armor and a helm with a long black plume. A trio of spears had been driven through her chest, and she had another gripped in her hand. Kalista stands in front of the betrayer, and she hates it. The sight of her turned Tudre's insides cold and leaden. Everyone knew the legends. She whispered things a man could laugh off as stories meant to scare children. Stories of an avatar of revenge appearing wherever injustice had been done, and voices cried out for vindication. They cried out for Lady Vengeance, and with a spear in hand, she would answer with damnation. Tudre's crew came closer, the woman's eerie light reflected in their blazing sapphire eyes. Tudre pleaded once more, as the sight before him cutting him off from the promise of land ahead wrenched away the last of his resolve. Tudre explains himself, saying he was only trying to make a way in this world. His crew didn't deserve their fate, no, but nor does he deserve this. They don't know what it is like to lead those in his command to their doom, to be responsible for the damnation of their very souls. Sudden life was brought to her cold, unreadable features, almost as if there was a sound in the distance that only she could hear. Kalista glared down at Tudre, boring into the core of him. Rage twisted her face in a rictus for an instant, and then it was gone. Slowly she lowered her spear, resting it just under Tudre's throat. She pushed, though not with enough pressure to pierce his flesh and impale him, just enough to separate him from the driftwood, to push him under the water. Tudre's mind screamed to fight, the urge to survive willing him to rise, but he could not. The spear tip at his throat held him beneath. Tudre looked up at that shimmering, dispassionate visage. Lady Vengeance had come for him at last. The voices had all gone silent. His crew sank with him, closing around him like fingers making a fist. All light faded. Tudre finally succumbed to the deep and drew in his last into his lungs. The last bubble slipped from his lips as he drifted lower into the darkness, and he went down, just in sight of land. Justice was served. Kalista continues to hunt the betrayers, and here's another story. The sword wife stood amid the burnt-out ruin of her home. Everything and everyone that mattered to her was gone, and she was filled with fathomless grief and hate. Hate was now all that compelled her. She saw again the smile on his face as he gave the order. He was meant to be their protector, but he'd spat upon his vows. Hers was not the only family shattered by the Oathbreaker. The desire to go after him was strong. She wanted nothing more than to plant her sword in his chest and watch the life drain from his eyes. But she knew she would never be able to get close enough to him. He was guarded day and night, and she was but one warrior. She would never be able to fight her way through his battalion alone. Such a death would serve no purpose. The woman took a shuddering breath, knowing there was no coming back. A crude effigy of a man formed of sticks and twine lay upon a fire-blackened dresser. Its body was wrapped in a scrap of cloth torn from the cloak of the betrayer. She'd pried it from her husband's dead grasp. Alongside it was a hammer and 3 rusty nails. She gathered everything up and moved to the threshold. The door itself was gone, smashed to splinters in the attack. Beyond, lit by moonlight, lay the empty, darkened fields. Reaching up, the swordwife pressed the stick effigy to the hardwood lintel. She invokes thee, Lady of Vengeance, her voice low, trembling with the depth of her fury. From beyond the veil, the woman hopes she hears her plea. Come forth, let justice be done. She readied her hammer and the first of the nails. The woman names her betrayer once and speaks his name aloud. As she did so, she places the tip of the first nail on the chest of the stick figure. With a single strike, she hammered it in deep, pinning it to the hardwood doorframe. The swordwife shivered. The room had become markedly colder. Or had she imagined it? The woman named him twice, and she did so, hammering the second nail alongside the first. Her gaze dropped, and she jolted in shock. A dark figure stood out in the moonlit field 100 yards in the distance. It was utterly motionless, breathing quicker. The swordwife returned her attention to the unfinished task. The woman then named him thrice, speaking again the name of the murderer of her husband and children before hammering home the final nail. An ancient spirit of vengeance stood before her, filling the doorway, and the swordwife staggered back, gasping involuntarily. The otherworldly being was clad in archaic armor, her flesh translucent and glowing with spectral unlight. Black mist coiled around her like a living shroud. Kalista was summoned. With a squeal of tortured metal, the spectral figure drew forth the blackened spear protruding from her breastplate, the ancient weapon that had ended her life. She threw it to the ground before the swordwife. No words were spoken. There was no need. The swordwife knew what was being offered to her. Vengeance, and knew its terrible cost. Her soul. Kalista watched on, her face impassive and her eyes burning with an unrelenting cold fury as the swordwife picked up the treacherous weapon. The woman pledged herself to vengeance. Her voice was quivering. She reversed the spear, aiming the tip inward towards her heart. The woman pledged it with her blood. She pledged it with her soul. But then she paused. Her husband would have pleaded for her to turn away from this path. He would have begged her not to condemn her soul with this course of action. A moment of doubt gnawed at her. The undying specter watched on. The swordwife's eyes narrowed as she thought of her husband lying dead, cut down by swords and axes. She thought again of her children, sprawled upon the ground, and her resolve hardened like a cold stone in her heart. Her grip tightened upon the spear. She implored, her decision made. The woman begged for help. Please, help her kill him. She then rammed the spear into her chest, driving it in deep. The swordwife's eyes widened, and she dropped to her knees. She tried to speak, but only blood bubbled from her lips. The ghostly apparition watched her die, her expression impassive. As the last of the lifeblood ran from her body, the shade of the swordwife climbed to her feet. She looked down at her insubstantial hands in wonder, then at her own corpse lying dead-eyed in a growing pool of blood on the floor. The shade's expression hardened, and a ghostly sword appeared in her hand, an ethereal tether, little more than a wisp of light, linked the newly formed shade to the avenging spirit she had summoned. Through their bond, the swordwife saw her indifferently, glimpsing the noble warrior she had been in life. Tall and proud, her armor gleaming. Her posture was confident, yet without arrogance. A born leader, a born soldier. This was a commander that the swordwife would have willingly bled for. Behind the spirit's anger, she sensed her empathy, recognition of their shared pain of betrayal. Kalista then talked, saying the woman's cause is their cause, as the spear of vengeance. Her voice was grave, cold. They walked the path of vengeance as one now. The swordwife nodded. With that, the avenging spirit and the shade of the swordwife stepped into the darkness and were gone. They say that vengeance never ends, and if that were true, then Kalista would never stop roaming the entire Runeterra. Indeed, she does. The story continues about a girl named Fayette. She is out on the dock of her island waiting for her guests to come back to the inn, the Daring Darling. The first to return from the Shadow Isles are usually the most experienced treasure hunters, since it is dangerous to stay for too long and get caught by the wraiths. This time, her friend Gavin arrives first. He has stayed with her since he emigrated from Demacia almost 10 years ago. She greets him like every other day, moors his boat, and asks if he has anything important for the vault. The vault is the most important service Fayette offers on the island. Years earlier, she had been stranded here and found a vault of black steel that only one key could unlock. That single key is hidden under the hook she got instead of her lost arm. When she returned, she built the inn here to offer rest and storage to treasure hunters between Bilgewater and the Shadow Isles. The next ship to arrive is from Madame Saba, an Ionian priestess with 3 of her acolytes. They found the item that she was looking for and revealed that it was a bell that could fling the spirit realm into chaos. As they bring the bell inside the vault, Saba explains what it does. Magic rages unchecked, then a vile silence, like the crash of a wave as the tone fades. In the evening, most of the boats have returned. Some of Fayette's guests are arguing. Vaquer, a Piltovan fixer, and Jolera, a Noxian merchant, apparently have a problem with Kesk, the Vastayan in the room above them. He's dancing and singing Ionian marching songs, which especially the Noxian does not approve of. There have been political arguments between Noxus and Ionia, and having residents from those lands in one area is quite a problem. Madame Saba interjects that there is nothing wrong with Ionian songs, and the argument almost escalates into a fight. Fayette mediates between her guests and wants to prepare dinner. Before that is the last opportunity to store something in the vault, but no one has anything noteworthy to store. But just as she wants to prepare dinner, there is a scream outside. Just like what happened to some places in Runeterra, the harrowing comes. Everyone makes their preparations to leave for Bilgewater as soon as possible. Fayette is always ready to depart. She checks and prepares her ship every morning. But before they can leave, they have to complete the final toast, a tradition of the treasure hunters, a celebratory drink on one another's continued survival. All 25 living souls on the island gather. 6 treasure hunters, 15 sailors for hire, 3 Ionian acolytes, and Fayette herself. Everyone gathers around the bar, and Fayette asks if someone needs something from the vault. The treasure hunters discuss what they are looking for. Gavin has a couple of artifacts in the vault, but no time to move them. Kesk is looking for an amulet that contains the souls of a dead captain who knows where the treasure is hidden. Jolera says she has nothing, but Fayette knows this is a lie. Vaquer also claims he hasn't found his loot yet. Shortly, the last guest, a silent Noxian aristocrat, comes down from his room. A tall man with an eternally youthful face. He has medium-length white hair and blue eyes that will glow red when he utilizes his magic. He generally wears lavish aristocratic clothing, always red with a silver or gold trim. His signature outfit consists of knee-high boots, vertically striped pants, and a slim overcoat with a massive regal collar and metal spikes dangling from the sleeves. Notably, he wears long metal claws on each finger, but for now, he tones down his clothing into much more regular ones, fitting to the crowd. The man is oddly calm with the prospect of a harrowing outside. Now everyone is together. As the oldest hunter, Gavin has the honor to toast, but before he can begin, all lights go out. In the dark, a struggle ensues. Behind the bar, Fayette replaces her hook arm with a sword arm and calls to stop the fight. The Noxian lights a lamp, and they examine the aftermath. Gavin had to kill a sailor who came for him. Everyone else goes off lightly. Vaquer is surrounded by glowing bear traps. He reveals that he did find them on the Isles today. They trap the spirit, not the body. The aristocrat asks what happened to the lights, and they find out they were extinguished by blood. Jalera says that this must have been a distraction, and they run out to check the ships. All of the moored ships are wrapped with red-black chains, leaving them trapped on a tiny island during a harrowing. The Noxian remarks that everyone was present for the ritual, so the saboteur must still be among them. Back inside, they start accusing one another. Gavin wants to free the ships with the sailors. Saba joins him. Kesk, Vaquer, and Jalera leave for their rooms. The last one left with Fayette is the aristocrat. He admits that this is his first harrowing, but he has read all about them, and he suggests opening the vault so they can use the weapons. Fayette refuses to betray the trust of her customers, and finally asks for his name. He says that he is called Vladimir. They check on the guests on the second floor together. Vaquer lays out his traps in front of the door and says he is safe because they trap spirits too. Vladimir reminds him that they can walk through walls. Next, they check Jalera's room, but she pretends she isn't even there. So they head up the stairs to the third floor to question Kesk and find another dead sailor on the way. The Vestayan summoned a ghost from the locket, which he did find. He has seen something in the harrowing outside that has caused him to go mad. He also accuses the two of them and refuses to banish the spirit. Fayette attacks the spirit while Vladimir takes care of Kesk. The ghost vanishes once Kesk is dead, but Fayette doesn't see how Vladimir killed him. He isn't even holding a weapon. Again, he suggests to open the vault, and Fayette refuses. They go back to the ground floor. Gavin and the sailors from outside retreat into the bar as the spirits arrive before they can free the boats. Saba says it must be the Piltovan or the Noxian merchant casting the spell, and Jalera comes down the stairs. She demands her weapon from the vault and then plans to leave. The sailors tie her down on a chair and interrogate her. Madame Saba says that she can sense if she is casting the spell, and Gavin doubts that. Back in Demacia, they had a boy, Silas. Gavin is about to explain more about the Demacian boy, but Saba ignores him. She concentrates and concludes Jalera cannot use magic. The captive merchant demands to be untied, and before Fayette can decide what to do, the spirits burst through the walls. Fayette and Vladimir retreat upstairs into Jalera's room. He is excited about all the spirits he saw, and once again demands that she unlock the vault. For the last time, she refuses and turns to the door. When she opens it, a wave of blood is crashing against her. She is thrown against the wall and notices an amulet around her neck. Confused, she stands up and makes her way down back into the fight. She then realizes someone is controlling her with the amulet. Downstairs, she sees Gavin, the sailors, and Saba still fighting against the spirits. Jalera is down on the floor. As she moves through the spirits, there is blood fighting for her, protecting her until she makes it into the vault room. There, she is made to unscrew her sword arm to reveal the key and fight back against the control of the mage. With all of her concentration, she manages to stop her arm, but a small tentacle of blood takes the key from her, and she passes out. When Fayette wakes up, she gets rid of the amulet and comes back into the main room of her inn. Saba stands over the defeated Gavin and reveals he is a mage. Certain that he controls the blood, she plans to kill the defenseless man, but Fayette takes his daggers and kills her instead. The dying Gavin reveals that the sorcerers are still here. Vladimir and his servant Vaker come down the stairs, armed to the teeth with artifacts from her vault. Vladimir congratulates her for her willpower, offers her a meeting with his benefactors, the organization named the Black Rose, and admires the artifacts the other treasure hunters found for him. Gavin found the amulet that Vladimir used to control her just today. He stole it while the Demacian was accusing Jalera. He mentions Lady Vengeance, and the dying Jalera says that he'll meet her soon enough. She names Vladimir as her betrayer and shouts his name 3 times while nailing a human doll. She dies with the 3rd nail, and Kalista appears outside. Fayette runs for her ship, but cannot get through the hordes of wraiths on the bench. She remembers the bell and desperately runs toward the back side of the inn. Kalista flings a spear through Vaker at Vladimir, and Fayette sees Vladimir reuse his blood. He seems thrilled to meet and fight a spirit like this. And now the scene became Kalista the Spear of Vengeance versus Vladimir the Crimson Reaper. Both were once humans before, but now were magically altered. Fayette, who doesn't want to be part of this battle, makes her way through a hole in the basement and is stopped by the spirit of her old friend Gavin. With a heavy heart, she strikes him and he returns to the mist. Then she rings the bell. The bell fills the spirit realm with energy. She hears thousands of souls wail at once and runs upstairs where specters come out of the dead sailors. She rushes past them and runs outside where Kalista is still hunting Vladimir. As Fayette arrives at her sloop, the crash of the waves come and the bell is silent. All spirits on the shore are frozen and Fayette sets sail, relieved. Looking back, she sees that even though Vladimir is weakened by constantly defending, Kalista is slowed by the bell. She hopes that Lady Vengeance will still kill him, but Vladimir rings the bell again, much louder this time. Spirits from below attack her ship, incited by the chaos of the bell. She defends herself with an oar and is almost thrown overboard, but as the sound of the bell fades a second time, all the spirits drop to the ocean floor. She thinks it is finally over, but Vladimir joins her, riding a wave of blood, and steps into her boat. He assures he will not try to kill her and asks her to bring them to Bilgewater, and he points out that he was right. She did have to open the vault. Vladimir may have won this time, but the spirit of vengeance never rests. Kalista will return and claim Vladimir's head. On a separate occasion, Kalista tries to attend to other revenge she can dish out. Hecarim and Vladimir prove to be too hard to catch, but the spirit of vengeance cannot stop avenging the betrayed victims. The question now is how long? That's the question that a certain individual was looking for, aiming to free Kalista from this curse. Blood pooled beneath a man, bright crimson against a pristine white stone. His sword lay nearby, its blade broken. His killers stood around him, shadows on the periphery, but he saw nothing except her. Kalista. Her eyes stared into his own without seeing. His blood-spattered face was reflected back at him. He was lying on his side. His breath was shallow and weakening. Kalista's lifeless hand was cold, but the man didn't feel anything. A calmness descended upon him like a shroud. There was no pain, no fear, no doubt. Not anymore. His armored fingers tightened around her hand. He couldn't be with her in life, but he would be with her in death. For the first time in what seemed like forever, he felt at peace. "Hello, Ladros," said a voice that shouldn't be there. Ladros is his name, one of the generals of the ruined king, and the unrequited lover of Kalista. There was an evil, mocking laugh and a clink of chains. But then, another mysterious voice echoed the scene. It said that they didn't know why they did this to themselves, but he had enjoyed seeing them suffer. Reality crashed over him like a tidal wave, threatening to drag him under. The blood beneath him was centuries old, flaking and brown. The stone was not white, but black and cracked. The sky was filled with turbulent dark clouds lit from within by lightning, and everywhere the black mist coiled. Kalista was still there for a moment, and he clung to her, unwilling to let her go. He called Kalista his love. He breathed, but then she faded, like ash on the wind, and he was left grasping at nothing. Ledros was dead, and he was trapped there in this perpetual in-between. In a few moments, Ledros rose and picked up the shattered remnant of his sword. He leveled the ghostly blade at the one who had shattered the illusion of his memory. The hateful spirit lurked in the darkness, leering at him, eyes burning with a cold flame. His cursed lantern sat on a smashed chunk of masonry nearby, radiating beams of deadlight, captive souls writhing within. The Chain Warden, Thresh. Oh, how he hated him. The cursed spirit had haunted him for what seemed like centuries, taunting him, mocking him. Now he had found his way here. This was his sanctuary, the only place he could feel even a fleeting moment of peace before the horror of his reality reasserted itself. Ledros demanded an answer, questioning Thresh why he was there. His voice was dull and hollow, as if he spoke from a distance or time far away. Thresh answers, saying Ledros was lost for quite a while this time. Months, perhaps years. He doesn't keep track anymore. Ledros lowered his blade and took stock of his surroundings. He remembered this place as it had been. White stone and shining gold bathed in sunlight. The protective white mist had wreathed the isles, resisting outsiders. When they had first landed, it seemed a land beloved by the gods, a place of wealth, knowledge, and wonder, untouched by famine or war. It had just made it easier. There had been little resistance. Now there was no sun. All was darkness. The ruptured, shattered remnants of the library loomed above like some great, desiccated corpse. Chunks of stonework hung in mid-air where they'd been blasted outward and locked in time. He had been a fool to think the gods had loved this place, for they had clearly forsaken it. Every time he re-emerged from the unformed madness of the black mist and reformed, it was here, where his mortal body had fallen so long ago. Every time it was the same. Nothing changed. The one waiting for him was new, however. It was not a change he welcomed. Out of habit, he reached for the pendant he always wore around his neck, but it was not there. The corpse light glowing from him flared brightly in rising panic. Thresh then said it was a pretty trinket. Ledros' head snapped around, eyes blazing. Thresh held aloft a short chain from which hung a delicate silver pendant engraved with 2 roses, their leaves, and stalks wrapped around each other like a lover's embrace. Anger surged within Ledros, hot and sudden, and his sword flared as he took a step toward Thresh. He'd been a big man in life, full of wrath and violence, the king's champion no less. He towered over Thresh, hissing that the pendant belonged to him. The Chain Warden did not flee before him like the lesser spirits did. The death's head that was his face was hard to read, but there was cruel amusement in his eyes. Still dangling the pendant before him, Thresh said that Ledros was an aberration. Some might say they all are, but Ledros is different. He stands out. Here, he is the real abnormality. Ledros, blade at the ready, snarled and demanded for the pendant or he would cut him down. Thresh told him that he could try. He spoke mildly, but his eyes burned, eager for violence. He sighed, but the situation will get him nowhere. The pendant means nothing to him anyway. Thresh tossed it away with a dismissive flick. Ledros caught it in one black gauntlet, his arms snapping out with a speed that belied his size. He opened his massive fist, inspecting the pendant. It was undamaged. Ledros sheathed his blade and removed his spiked helm. His face was insubstantial, a ghostly echo of how he had appeared in life. A cold wind whipped across the blasted landscape, but he didn't feel it. He pulled the precious pendant over his head and slipped his helmet back on. Ladros then asked Thresh if he ever wished to see an end to this vile existence, to finally be at peace. Thresh shook his head, laughing. They have what mortals have coveted since time immemorial: eternity. Ladros rebutted that it makes them prisoners. Thresh smirked and turned away, the chains and hooks hanging from his belt clinking. His lantern drifted along beside him, though he didn't so much as touch it. Thresh then said that Ladros clings so desperately to the past, even as it runs through his fingers like sand in a timepiece. Yet he is blind to the wonder of what they have been given. It has made them gods. Ladros hissed, saying it was a curse. Thresh just let him be. Rung along then, Sword Champion, gesturing Ladros away dismissively. Go, find your paramour. Perhaps this time she'll even remember you. Ladros became very still, eyes narrowing. Thresh then seriously talked, asking Ladros to tell him something. He sought to save her, but from what? She does not seem tormented. Ladros already understood where Thresh's words were going, and he cut them on the spot. He told the Chain Warden that he walked a dangerous line. Thresh then asks him, is it for her sake, or does he do this for Ladros himself? Thresh had said words to this effect before. He seemed intent on making a mockery of Ladros's efforts. Indeed, his words were provoking, but Ladros won't be swayed. Ladros then stated that he is not one of Thresh's playthings and does not make the mistake of thinking he can toy with him. Thresh smiled, exposing the shark-like teeth of a predator. Of course not, the Chain Warden replied. With a gesture, Thresh called his lantern. It came to him swiftly, then hovered just below his outstretched taloned hand. In the lantern's glowing deadlight, Ladros saw anguished faces pressing against their confinement before fading to be replaced by others. A horrific cavalcade of tormented souls. Thresh smiled, savoring their pain. Thresh then said that he doesn't need to torture Ladros. He is already doing that to himself. The Chain Warden stepped into the darkness, leaving Ladros utterly alone. A hollow wind whipped through the shattered city, but he did not feel it. He felt nothing but her, Kalista. She was hunting. Ladros stepped into the mist, letting it flow around him. Then he shifted through it. The black mist writhed around him, full of hate, anger, and fear, but he remained distinct from it, maintaining his sense of self. He was drawn toward her like a moth to candlelight, and just as unheeding of the danger. He whipped across what had once been the Blessed Isles, passing over wasted lands and the churning water of the straits dividing them. Wherever the black mist extended, reaching blindly, searching, always searching, he was able to go. This was their sunless prison. Kalista's burning presence within the darkness lured him on. She was close. Feeling the nearness of her, he stepped from the mist once more. He stood in a blackened forest, the trees withered and dead, their branches dry and cracked. The echoes of leaves long since fallen rippled in the memory of a breeze far more gentle than the cold gale now howling through the dead forest. Ladros sensed movement in the trees. His heavy boots crunched on blackened soil as he began to stalk it. His iron shield was strapped to his left arm, though he didn't remember securing it there, and he drew his sword. The leather wrapped around his hilt had rotted long ago, and while the blade was broken a few feet above the hilt, the ghostly outline of its full length could still be seen, glowing softly. Shattered and corroded by the ravages of time, it was a shadow of its former majesty. It had been gifted to him by the king himself, back when his monarch was a man to be admired and loved. The ground sloped sharply below, but he kept to the high ground, moving along a ridged mark with jutting stone and twisted roots. He could see them now, shadowy spirits borne upon spectral steeds, galloping through the glen below. They moved swiftly, weaving between the trees, east toward a sun that would never again rise over these shores. They moved as one, like a hunting party, yet they were the ones being hunted. Ledros broke into a run, keeping pace with them, but then a voice echoed through the trees. "We come for you, betrayers." It spoke not as a single voice, but rather a score of more of them, layered and overlapping, a legion of souls speaking as one. The strongest of them was one he knew well. Ledros quickened his pace, running fast and low. The riders below had been forced to weave around massive stone formations and the boles of ancient desiccated trees. It slowed them, while the ridge he ran was straight. He quickly outpaced them and drew ahead of the hunted spirits. Ledros turned abruptly, stepping over the edge of a sheer cliff. He landed in a crouch at the base, some 30 feet below, the earth cracking beneath him. He stood within a narrow defile where the natural contours of the land had created a funnel. The riders would have to come through. With blade drawn, he waited. The first of the horsemen appeared, riding at a gallop, a being of spirit and twisted metal, a vile mockery of the once proud knights of the Iron Order. They were nothing to him now, just hateful fragments of the men they had once been. A dark lance, its tip jagged and hooked, was clasped in the knight's mailed grip, and great curling horns extended from his helm. Seeing Ledros, he wrenched his mount violently to the side, making it snarl and spit. Its hooves were wreathed in shadow, and it seemed not to touch the ground at all. Had Ledros killed this one before? Or had he been one of those that had survived his rampage and killed him? The other riders appeared, pulling their steeds up short. One of them hissed, telling Ledros to stand aside. Another talked, saying they have no quarrel with Ledros. Ledros growled, stating their quarrel would last until the end of time itself. Another deathly knight responded, "So be it. Ride him down." Ledros with a smirk playing on his lips. He then said that they shouldn't have stopped. That was an error. One of the knights was hurled from his saddle, a glowing spear impaling him. His steed turned to smoke as he hit the ground. The knight screamed as he followed it into nothingness, condemned to join the black mist once more. No spirit went to that darkness willingly. The lead rider roared, saying that the spirit of vengeance was there, dragging his steed around to face the new threat. There was confusion among the others, caught somewhere between the desire to turn and fight and to flee in panic. They'd have been better off taking their chances at riding Ledros down. At least a few might have escaped. Against her, all would be returned to the mist. Another knight was ripped from the saddle, a spear hurled from the mist, taking him in the chest. Then she appeared, loping from the gloom like a lioness on the hunt, her eyes burning with predatory light. Kalista. Ledros' gaze was instantly drawn to the ethereal spear tips protruding from her back, and he felt a pang in the core of his being, as sharp as the blades that had ended his own life. Kalista padded forward, a spectral spear clasped in one hand. A knight charged her, hook-bladed lance lowered, but she rolled lightly out of the way. Coming to one knee, she hurled the spear, impaling the knight as he rode past. Even as she threw, she was moving toward her next enemy. She flexed her hand, and a new weapon materialized in her grasp. A sword flashed down at her, but Kalista avoided it expertly, slapping the blade aside with the haft of her spear before swaying away from the flailing hooves of the knight's steed. Leaping from a blackened rock, she twisted in the air and drove her spear down into the rider's chest, banishing him to darkness. She landed in perfect balance, eyes locked on her next victim. Ledros had never met a woman as strong as Kalista in life, but now in death, she was much more unstoppable. While the others focused on her, two of the knights charged Ledros, belatedly seeking to escape Kalista's methodical slaughter. Stepping sideward at the last moment, Ledros slammed his heavy shield into the steed of the first. knocking the spectral steed to the ground, legs kicking and sending its rider flying from the saddle. The lance of the second knight took Ledros in the side, punching through his armor and snapping halfway down its length. Nevertheless, Ledros retained his feet and spun, lashing out with his blade. He struck through the neck of the knight's steed, a blow that would have decapitated the beast had it been made of flesh and bone. Instead, it exploded into nothing with a keening scream. Its rider crashed to the ground. Ledros smashed the ghostly warrior backward with a heavy blow of his shield as he rose, hurling him into the point of Kalista's spear. Her hunt, her kill. No words were needed. Ledros sheathed his blade and watched as she destroyed the last of the spirits. Tall and lean, Kalista was in constant motion. Her enemies had been martial Templars whose skill at arms was legendary, yet she moved among them effortlessly, sidestepping lance thrusts and sword strikes, dispatching each in turn. Then it was done, and the only two left standing were Kalista and Ledros. Ledros finally calls the name of his love, Kalista. She turned her gaze upon him, but there was no hint of recognition in her eyes. Her expression was stern as it had ever been in life. She regarded him coldly, unblinking. Kalista replied in that voice that was not hers alone. They are the spear of vengeance. Ledros argued, saying she was Kalista, the spear of the Argent Throne. He knows the word she would speak next, before she even opened her mouth. It was the same every time. Kalista said that they are retribution, and Ledros must speak his pledge or be gone. Ledros tried to remind Kalista, telling her she was the niece of the king he served in life. They are acquainted with each other. Kalista regarded him for a moment. Then she turned and strode away. Without looking back, Kalista said that their task was unfinished and the betrayers would suffer their wrath. Ledros tries to catch up to Kalista, reasoning that her task can never be finished. She is trapped in a never-ending spiral. Ledros is here to help her. Kalista, continuing to march back through the trees, said that the guilty shall be punished. In desperation, Ledros draws the pendant from around his neck, asking Kalista if she remembers it. That gave her pause, as it always did. It was the one thing Ledros had discovered that could break through her fugue, even if only for a moment. He just needed to figure out how to extend that moment. Kalista came to a halt, cocking her head to one side as she looked at the delicate pendant. She reached for it, but stopped herself before she touched it. Ledros then said that he tried to give the pendant to her once, but she refused. Uncertainty touched her eyes. I remember, she said. Kalista looked at him. Actually, saw him. She finally calls the name of Ledros. Her voice was her own now, not tied with those who pledged for vengeance, and for a moment, she was the woman that Ledros remembered, the woman he'd loved. Her features softened ever so slightly. He could never have given her what she wanted. Ledros understood, even if he didn't at the time. Kalista looked around as if only now becoming aware of her surroundings. She looked at her hands, glowing from within and as unsubstantial as smoke. Ledros saw confusion, then anguish played across her face. Then her features hardened. Would that she had never brought him here. All of this could have been averted. Ledros assured that it was not her fault. If he knew madness had claimed the ruined king, he would have ended it before it came to this. No one would have questioned his death. No one would have mourned him. Kalista replied that his uncle, the king, wasn't always that way. Ledros agreed. But the man they knew died long before all this. Ledros, gesturing around him. We have a task to complete. Hope stirred within him. It was an unfamiliar feeling. Ledros tried to push his argument. Whatever it is, they will complete it together, just as... But his words petered out as he realized his error. The cold mask had dropped over her features, and she turned and strode away. Despair clutched at Ledros. He'd failed again. just as he had so many times before. He saw himself in the early years after the ruination, stalking the spirits of those who had killed her in life, convinced that destroying them would free her. It hadn't. He'd spent countless years pursuing that goal, but it had amounted to nothing. Ladros saw himself feeling the arrogant cavalry captain Hecarim hacking his head from his shoulders and rendering him back to the mist. That one had struck Kalista the final fatal blow and had long toiled, seeking his end. Time and again they fought, as the years, decades, and centuries rolled by and the unseen stars turned overhead. But Hecarim was strong of will, and he returned from the black mist, of course, each time more monstrous than the last. Either way, it changed nothing. Kalista became steadily more lost as she absorbed the vengeful spirits of the mortals who pledged themselves to her, seeking her aid against her own betrayers, creating a long list of revenge to pursue. Once, she had brought Kalista face to face with Hecarim, a feat that had taken dozens of lesser deaths to achieve. He had believed that was the key to finally setting her free, and he'd rejoiced as he saw the now monstrous creature Hecarim skewered, a dozen spears piercing his towering frame. But banishing him to the darkness had done nothing. A moment of satisfaction, and then it was past. Nothing had changed. Just another failure added to his growing tally. At one point, despair drove him towards self-destruction. The purity of the one sunrise he'd seen since the blood had ceased coursing through his veins burned him, his intangible body dissipating like vapor. Guilt at leaving Kalista behind clawed at him, but in that agony he had rejoiced, daring to believe he'd finally found release. Even in seeking final oblivion, he had failed, and he'd been condemned to the madness of the black mist once more. All the moments preceding his banishment blurred together in a nerve-ending cavalcade of horror and defeat. Ladros roared as a purple-skinned sorcerer named Rise cast him back into the darkness, tearing him asunder with runic magic. The savage joy he'd felt as he joined the slaughter in the streets of a festering harbor city overrun with the black mist gave way to sudden pain as he was blasted to nothingness by the faith of Buhuru, the indigenous witches. He laughed as a sword impaled him on his length, but his amusement turned to agony as the blade burst into searing light burning with the intensity of the sun. Again and again and again he'd been condemned back to the nightmarish black mist, but always he'd returned. Every time he returned to a land locked in stasis, waking in the same place, the same way. A being of lesser will would have succumbed to insanity long ago, as so many of the spirits had. But not him. Failure clung to him, but his will was as iron. His stubborn determination to free her kept him going. That was what ensured he came back over and over again. Maybe if he could find a way to end this madness, he and Kalista could finally cross the afterlife peacefully. Snapping back to the present, Ladros watched Kalista stalk away from him, intent on her unending mission. A creeping melancholia settled within him. Was it all for nothing? Was Thresh right? Was his attempt to free her from her path of retribution actually selfish? She was sleepwalking through this nightmare, unaware of its true horrors. Would she thank him were he to wake her? Perhaps she would despise him, wishing he had let her be. It was a suffocating train of thoughts, but Ladros shook his head, trying to dislodge the insidious notion, even as a vision of Thresh, smiling, predatory, appeared in his mind. Ladros snarled, cursing Thresh to get out of his head. A new idea came to him suddenly, banishing his lingering doubts and fears. There was something he hadn't tried, something he'd never considered until now. Ladros called Kalista, but she did not heed him and continued on her way, her step unrelenting. He loosened his sword belt and cast his scabbard blade to the ground. He wouldn't need it anymore. Ladros then said he betrayed her. Those words stopped Kalista, her head whipping round, unblinking eyes locking onto him. Ladros continued, saying he should have stepped forward as soon as the order was given. He knew Hecarim was looking for any excuse to be rid of Kalista. She'd always been the king's favorite, something that Hecarim wanted. It all happened so fast. But Ladros should have been faster. They could have faced them back to back. They could have cut their way through them and been free, together. Ladros repeated his words. He betrayed her with his inaction. Kalista, I failed you. Kalista's eyes narrowed. She intoned the word betrayer. An ethereal spear manifested in her grasp and she began marching toward him. Ladros unstrapped his shield and threw it aside as she broke into a loping run. He opened his arms wide, welcoming what was to come. The first spear drove him back a step as it impaled him. His had been the true betrayal. He'd loved her, even if he'd only spoken those words aloud alone, in the darkness of night. A second spear drove through him, hurled with tremendous force. He staggered, but stubbornly remained standing. He had not stepped in to stop her from being murdered. He was her real betrayer. Her third spear plunged through him, and now he dropped to both knees. He smiled, even as his strength leached from him. Yes, this was it. This was what would finally break her from that awful, unending spiral. He was sure of it. Ladros looks up at her and tells her to finish it and be free. They stared at each other for a moment, a pair of undying spirits, their insubstantial forms rippling with deathless energy. At that moment, Ladros felt only love. In his mind's eye, he saw her as she had been in life, regal, beautiful, strong. Kalista then said death to all betrayers and ran him through. Ladros' vision wavered as his form began to come apart, yet he saw Kalista's expression change, the impassive mask dropping, replaced with dawning horror. Her voice was once again her own, calling the name of Ladros. Her eyes were wide and seemed to fill with shimmering tears. She rushed to be beside him as Ladros fell. Kalista breathed, questioning what she had done. He wanted to reassure her, but no words came forth. Ladros tried his best to speak, saying he did this for her. Darkness crashed in, and tendrils of mist reached to claim him. Kalista reached out to comfort him, but her fingers passed through his dissolving form. Her mouth moved, but he could not hear her over the roaring madness of the black mist. His armor fell to the ground and turned to dust, along with his sword. Blind terror beckoned, but he went into it gladly. Dimly, he registered the pale specter of Thresh, watching from the shadows with his fixed, hungry smile. Even the Chain Warden's unwanted presence could not dampen Ladros' moment of victory. He'd done it. He had freed her. It was over. Blind, all-consuming terror. Incandescent, uncontrollable rage. Claustrophobic horror, cloying and choking. And behind it all was the insatiable hunger, the yearning to feed on warmth and life, to draw more souls into darkness. The cacophony was deafening, a million screaming, tortured souls writhing and roiling in shared torment. This was the Black Mist, and only the strongest of souls could escape its grasp. Only those with unfinished business. Blood pooled beneath him, bright crimson against a pristine white stone. His sword lay nearby, its blade broken. His killer stood around him, shadows on the periphery, but he saw nothing except her. Her eyes stared into his own, without seeing. His blood-spattered face was reflected back at him. He was laying on his side. His breath was shallow and weakening. Her lifeless hand was cold, but he didn't feel anything. A calmness descended upon him like a shroud. There was no pain, no fear, no doubt. Not anymore. His armored fingers tightened around her hand. He couldn't be with her in life, but he would be with her in death. For the first time in what seemed forever, he felt at peace. No. Something was not right. Reality crashed in. None of this was real. This was but an echo left behind, the residual pain of his death hundreds of lifetimes earlier. Thankfully, the Chain Warden was not here to mock him. But strangely, had this sequence already happened before? Is this just a mere echo of the past? How long had it been this time? There was no way to know. Decades or a few minutes, it could have been either, and yet it hardly mattered. Nothing changed in this vile realm of stasis. Then he remembered, and hope surged through him. It was not a sensation he was familiar with, but it blossomed like the first bud of a seemingly dead tree after rainfall. Ledros turned, and she was there. And for a moment he knew joy, true joy. She was herself again, and she had come to him. Then he saw her expression, the cold, severe mask, the lack of recognition in her eyes. The hope inside him withered and died. Kalista stared past him, her head cocked, as if listening to something only she could hear. She then stated that they accepted his pledge, before turning and stepping into the mist. Then she was gone. Reaching out with his will, Ledros felt her now, far away. Someone had called to her, from a distant continent to the northwest. Someone else who had traded their soul for a promise of vengeance against whoever had wronged them. They knew not what horror awaited. Bittersweet and bile-filled Ledros. He cursed himself, twisting his hatred inward. There was no hope. He knew that now. He'd been a fool to think otherwise. She was trapped for eternity, as were they all. Only pride and stubbornness had made him think he could solve it like a riddle for all these years. Pride and stubbornness, traits that were as much his bane in death as they had been in life, it seemed. The cursed Chain Warden was right. It was a selfish desire to free her, he saw that now. Kalista may not be herself, but at least she was not tormented like he was. At least she had a purpose, unlike him, returning to an endless cycle to free a woman who could not even remember him. Ledros yanked the pendant from around his neck, shattering the links of its thin chain. He hurled it into the mist. To even hope for anything more was foolishness. There could be no peace, not unless the curse that held these isles in its fetid grasp was broken. And so, Ledros must end it. Oblivion called. Thresh stepped from the darkness. He glanced around, ensuring he was alone. Then he knelt and picked up the discarded silver pendant. The fool had been so close. He was on the brink of bringing her back. And now, after countless centuries of trying, he had abandoned his task at the very moment of success. Thresh smiled cruelly. He liked seeing hope wither and die, like blighted fruit upon the vine, as what could have been sweet turned to poison. It amused him. He opened his lantern and tossed the pendant within. Then he stepped back into the darkness and faded from view. After a time, the rattle of his chains faded, and he was gone. It was so close for Ledros to free Kalista, but Thresh won the mind games. It could have been a different ending if Thresh never intervened. Perhaps Ledros found the answer along those century-long tries, but that was just a playful what-if, since the same scenario could repeat itself regardless of Thresh's presence. Regardless, Kalista was bound to avenge those who couldn't, adding a long list to hunt even though she couldn't slay her betrayer, Hecarim. She is no longer the general from Camivore, but now the embodiment, the unification of vengeful mortals. Do you think she could free from this curse? Well, that would be a different story for another time.